Okay. All right. Good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. How is everybody doing? Welcome. If you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, hi, my name is Ashley. I'm a character and creature concept sculptor and designer, and I like to do most of my work using ZBrush to just kind of sketch out ideas and flesh things out very, very quickly. So during these streams, though, they're more of like sketchbook sessions rather than pipeline workflow for anything in particular. We're just sort of having fun, stretching the geometry and seeing kind of like where it's gonna go. A lot of the time, like, we make really random shapes and just absolutely destroy the geometry just to see how far we can get with things. A lot of holes appear, and Dynamesh comes to save the day most of the time. That's usually what we're here for, is just being really artsy and like not really caring too much about the technicals until later stages, which is, like I said, the magic of ZBrush. So if that's your thing, welcome. Good to have you. I'm here usually on Wednesdays presenting on this channel, and if you don't know, a lot of other really amazing artists also stream on the ZBrush Live channel. And if you know, my workflow is not necessarily your cup of tea for sketching, or maybe you want something more very specific to a pipeline that you're thinking of, lots of other artists out there all showing their own stuff. Some people more technical, some people less technical like myself. So do check that out. Give Pixlogic, or not Pixlogic anymore, my apologies, I'm still getting over that one. Give ZBrush Live, their channels, a follow, and so you can see all the other artists that are going to be streaming. And yeah, we're gonna get started here. Hi Vec, hi Ravlin, how are you guys doing? I was not here last week. I apologize. I've been busy. Hey, what's up, Bubbles? So I have no idea what we're gonna do. Like usual, we have no idea what this is gonna be. And a lot of it is just going to be stretched out, having fun with shapes. You know the deal. You know the deal. Do something like this. During these sketch sessions, lots of masking, lots of snake hook. I think actually maybe I should say right off the bat why I use snake hook over the move brush is just because of speed purposes. Move brush is very, it's very finite in how far you can push things. So let me just grab the move brush right here real quick, just so I can get that out of the way. So the move brush, right? You can do very like clean movements, very what's the word? Predictable. It all falls off at a very steady, same rate. As you can see the topology here, as nasty as that is, when you pull it, everything is falling off at a very steady rate from where you're pulling it. Whereas if you're using snake hook, things fall off from a point exponentially. So you can just kind of like keep pulling things in as many like crazy shapes as you want, which is really why I love it, right? Like I can just kind of keep going and create whatever it is that I want from this. And all of this artifacting that happens as well, don't worry about that. When I Dynamesh, it actually changes these artifacts into usable geometry, right? And I actually use that as a base for sketching. So it's kind of like a messy way of going about it, sort of the same way that you would, you know, pick up your sketchbook and do a couple of scribbles, and then you take a pen or, you know, a darker pencil and go over top of that with like your actual lines. It's sort of the same concept, but in a digital space, like a digital 3D space, right? Oh yeah, Ravlin, dude, anytime I have to do grooming, it's nice to, as much as like grooming is its own creative process, getting in there with some ZBrush sculpting, it's definitely feels good, for sure. In comparison, I mean, to each their own though, you know? Everybody likes different workflows, so. I'm just gonna like play with different shapes of like, you know, what kind of like bodies we can go with, and then from there you kind of figure out, you know, what it is like creature-wise that you want to make. I'm thinking maybe a little bit more think maybe I'll give this thing, yeah, I'm gonna actually give this like a neck, because I'm thinking that'll be its head right here, right? Give this thing a neck. I'll pull it up. A lot of the time too, I love using masking and doing things as low poly for as long as possible, because I can get some like really good sketching like base, like a good base to kind of sketch from by doing it this way, and everything is like a very strong shape as well, and I don't have to like worry about refining too much. Then I use all of the artifacting that happens to my advantage. Probably do like what, like that. Kind of how to train your dragon, like, you know, that's the first thing that I thought of when I saw this. The shape. You know, like one of those stubbier dragons that they have in the movies. Hey Leonard, how are you doing? Everything's good here. Yeah, I mean, like, grooming, like I said, is like its own creative process, but the type of creativity I feel like is a little bit different. Like, it's not as free-flowing, right? Things are a lot more technical when you have to deal with 3D grooming. Whereas like sculpting, you can kind of just like brush strokes, go crazy, happy accidents, you know? I feel that. Ooh, now I'm starting to think of like the Lord of the Ring, like Nazgul type dragon things. Those are also really sick. We'll see if that gets here. I don't know. Hey Gustine, how are you doing? How's it going? Man, so Elden Ring, huh? How many of you guys have actually beaten that? Because I'm still going. I wish I had more time to play it. I'm still going. I'm not the Elden Lord yet, but I'm exploring so much of the map. It is ridiculous. Every time I think like that'll be the end, there's like this whole other new section that pops up. But at least I'm not in Limgrave anymore. That's the big one. Okay, I don't know about this stuff in here. Again, like if anybody has like any questions as I'm going, I'm gonna probably talk about a whole bunch of random stuff as I'm going just because it's usually how it goes. But if you have any questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask, because a lot of the time I just kind of like jump around topics, and if you are unsure of like how I did something or any of that, then yeah, just mention. Actually, mirror and weld this. I'm kind of thinking, okay, this might look like weird, but I'm thinking of like making this kind of like armored. Like now I'm thinking of like the Lord of the Rings, like those drakes. What are they called again? Let me grab the name. Or are they just the drake? The black ones? Am I dumb? Yeah, they are the Nazgul. Fell Beast. Yeah, it's a Fell Beast. Okay, the Nazgul's Fell Beasts. Yes, that's kind of like what I'm thinking a little bit without actually like looking there. So it's gonna have that vibe. Meaning we want this to look a little bit smaller. Yeah. Get rid of that as well. So if you guys didn't know right now, Pablo is on the on Maxon's 3D motion channel, like their 3D motion show, showing off some really cool techniques. And Michael Pavlovich was live earlier, showing some cool stuff for ZBrush 2. If you're interested, going to check that out after. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. I'm wondering if this entire thing should just be the neck. Kind of like that idea, actually. Oh yeah, this is gonna be like a real freak of a beast. Here for it though. Let's do that. Let's like really like curl this like neck up. Have it like very bird-like. And then this. Wait, let me grab like the chest area right here. Hey Shader, what's good? I'm well. I'm just chilling. But hopefully not like a villain. So funny. Oh man. Okay. One thing I really like, okay, this might sound weird, right? But like when I'm doing beasts and stuff, one thing I really like is this sort of like this tendon area right here. This is one of my favorite parts, and it attaches to like the pelvic area, right? And then like the hamstring comes this way, and then you have like your kneecap here, and you build up the inner part of the thighs, like the loin. And this is a little bit high up, but having that sort of like outwards looking leg, it makes me, I don't know, makes me happy. I like it. And then this comes up. And then you can grab the bottom part here, which would be the other part of the leg. And then down. So I like to add in like the anatomy later on after I get all of the shapes looking the way that I want to. That way I can focus on like fluidity of the design before anything else. You can always make like anatomy work afterwards, as long as like your design is solid straight off the bat. Then you are Gucci gang. I'll replace another villain for it. Wait, like who? Also, yeah, I guess I don't have to like shout out the 3D motion design show because Nightbot's got that. Hey Master, what's good? How's it going? Okay, let's get some IMM going on this one. I'm gonna do like a many armed beast, I think. We're gonna do many arms here for this guy. Let me You got a raise! Congrats, dude! That's sick! That's dope. Go have a drink. Dude, any day you get a raise, that's a good day. Let me take these thingies, these phalange. No. Help if I actually messed up everything else, actually. Beautiful. Not really. Not beautiful yet. Just gonna be dainty. Oh yeah, it's an open stream. It's me sketching, and if you got any questions, if you want to talk about Elden Ring, if you want to do like whatever, I'm here to answer and talk about nonsense along the way. It's all good. This is literally like, you know, anything you want to ask, it's all good, as long as it's appropriate. We're just here chilling. Very chill vibes, very chill sesh. Okay, now I want to actually fix all of this so it makes more sense. Oh. Like I mentioned, you see this is artifacting. A lot of people don't like that, I understand, but I use it as like a base for sketching, so after I Dynamesh, all of this actually turns into usable geometry that I can then sculpt on top of, right? And so that's awesome, because I can literally just mess up whatever I want, not care about it, be as bad as I want to be, and then Dynamesh and work on top of that. Fix all of your mistakes with Dynamesh. Think you're a bad artist? Dynamesh. Existential? Dynamesh. Not sure where to go? Confused life direction? Dynamesh. think, okay, so this, so that I can get a better balance here. Wondering, we're gonna do like a multi-arm, so I like lots of arms. Always lots of fun. More arms, more fun, you know what I mean? Okay, let's see. What's up? Another $1.90 an hour. I mean, everything counts, but I know that feel. I know. Thanks, Asin. You saw a silhouette window like that. How did I change it? So silhouette is easy to do. You just go down to thumbnail in your preferences, and you can change the background to black, right? So when you click this, you have, it's going to take the color from your color set, which mine is on the side here. You might have a different UI, but if you do, just click color, and you can change your color to whatever you want, and that will be the background, and then the actual silhouette will be the opposite color. So let's say I were to take red, right? And then you go over here and you say background, and it picks the red. Then the opposite is the turquoise kind of thing going on there, like the teal. No, cyan, there we go. I'm an artist, I know my colors. The cyan. And so if you want it transparent in the back, you just go black, go into this background, whoop, and then it turns this white, and the actual background of the thumbnail is transparent. Are they undynameshable since we'll join them together? No, it's not. So because they're, okay, because this is just a sketch, I don't personally care if they merge together because I'm just going to leave it as a sketch. But if you are using it for things other than illustrative purposes, or you actually want to have this as like a, you want to have the fingers separate, then what you're going to want to do is make sure you're working in maybe subdivision levels. But if even that is not what you want, like you want more information down here, then my way of getting around that is to just add more geometry. Like let's say, now, again, this is kind of hacky, okay? This is a little bit hacky, but it's also the great thing about all of these like different things in ZBrush that let you get around the technicals of it before you have to do any of your retopology and actually fix the topology of the mesh. You can be a little bit hacky with it. So if you wanted these to stay separate, right? And let's say it's already at like, we're already at like 7 million. But for whatever reason, you wanted right here to have more detail, you could always just go into Sculptress Pro mode. I have that on my A key just because like I like to toggle it on and off. I don't like keeping it on because for me, because I work really fast and I don't like keeping track of too many things while I'm doing it, it can kind of get a little bit out of hand. So you can turn on your smooth brush, if you're holding down shift, you can turn the Z intensity of your smooth brush down to 0, and then you can just kind of like go over that area, and it does allow you to add more. I have a little bit too much going on right here, but just to show you, you can actually, hold on, get rid of the subdivisions because you can't work that way, but then go into Sculptress Pro mode, start doing that, and it can start changing your geometry there. So if you wanted it even smaller, you have to be careful with this, right? Because it can start to really like chunk up your PC or whatever, but you can actually add more geometry there depending on your, your scene size and your brush size and all of that. So right now this is like a small or a larger mesh, so when I do that it doesn't have much of a difference, but depending on like your mesh size within the document, you can get different results as well. So one of the hacky ways, like if I needed some quick detail in here, then I would just kind of do that. I would just like add more geometry with Sculptress Pro. Otherwise, I don't really care during a sketch personally. And then another way to do it as well, like let's say you were doing this, these two fingers are very close together. What you could do is you could always separate these two. Okay, this is another kind of like hacky roundabout way of doing it. You could separate these two fingers. So first of all, right, if you drag and use your gizmo to mask something, it will mask in the direction that you're pulling the gizmo. And then you can invert and then go Control W, and that turns that into a polygroup. You can isolate this and split it off, which, you know, I'm not going to do all of that right now just because I don't want to mess up my mesh too much. I want to keep sketching. But once you have all of that separated and let's say you have it all sculpted at the high resolution that you want, you can actually, with this in here, you can remesh by union. So if you merge everything back down together and two mesh parts are touching, you can click remesh by union and then just patch it up with Sculptress Pro. That's another way of handling that kind of stuff after the fact. But ideally what you want to be doing is, if you're you know, trying to keep things clean, which again I'm not, if you want to keep things clean, you can actually do all of your stuff in T-pose first, right? And then pose it together after all your details and stuff are done. So this method that I'm doing right now, sketching, I don't care if it merges together. I really don't. It doesn't matter to me. But if I were doing something for a pipeline, I would not be doing it this way, right? How long have I been using ZBrush? Oh, geez, like 6 years, something like that. 6, 7 years. Slovakia? No. No. No, this is not my natural hair. The time difference? Oh, right, yeah, because we had daylight savings time. That's a stupid thing over here. Nowhere else in the world. Why? Why? Whatever. That's yeah, that's a thing. Daylight savings time. Super cool. Love it. It's the coolest thing ever. Super, super cool. I mean, yeah, if you're Adam, don't worry about it. Like, you use the program as much as I do for that long. Like, there's a lot of things you pick up on and keep in there in your brain. But even still, right? Like, I've been using it this long and I use it almost every single day. I still don't know all of the tips and tricks that there are out there. If you want like an intense knowledge dump, because like, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, I'm an artist first, everything else is second, okay? And it's just always how I've been. But if you want like an intense knowledge dump of like every nook and cranny of ZBrush, check out both Pablo and Michael. So Pablo Gomez Muniz and Michael Pavlovich. They both stream here, but they also did a thing on 3D and motion design show for Maxon just earlier today. They will overload you with stuff. They have so many tutorials and things, and they have so much stuff. There's so many tips and tricks, man. So if you want that, like, definitely go to them. The reason why I like putting so many like different hands on a lot of my creatures is like how gestural it all is, right? Like even just doing something like this, it just feels so like elegant and creepy at the same time. I love that. I love elegance and creepiness. I think because like Elden Ring was the first, like I think I've said this the last stream that I had. Elden Ring is the first like Souls game that I ever played. But before that, people were saying that a lot of the stuff that I I did kind of like was in the realm of Souls games, which I agree, disagree. Like they definitely like amp up the darkness factor of everything, and I love it. But yeah, it's that elegance like of From Software games, the elegance and the creepiness like combined together. Like everything is so beautiful, but it's like gross and creepy at the same time. I love it. It's great, so good. On a Surface Pro, or is it even usable to do so? ZBrush on a Surface Pro. I haven't used it on a Surface Pro, and I haven't tried a Surface Pro for years now, so I don't know what the new ones are like. I have tried it on, you know, like the Wacom, the ones that are like the Mobile Studio. I've tried the Mobile Studio. That one was very fluid. It gets a little bit a little hot, but I don't know about the I don't know anything about the Surface Pro. The old one though that I did try was not bad. But if they haven't improved their, like, I guess like the tablet input for it, then I don't know about that. Oh yeah, the animators and riggers crying in the background. Lucky for them, if it is for production, it is not quite the same. More elegance, more creep. I agree. Source for creature anatomy. So I'm gonna be real with you. Most of the creature anatomy stuff that I will like, it's just looking at animal anatomy, and a lot of that I get from Pinterest. Like I will just literally go through anatomy sources on Pinterest. I will Google things very specific. Like let's say I'm working on something very bat-like, right? Then I will look up a lot of like different kinds of bats, because yeah, all bats kind of have the same sort of like structure to their muscles, but different species kind of creates, you know, different sizes for all of these muscle groups. There might be different like wing shapes and membrane types and things like that, and that can create a lot of like interesting variations that you can put inside of your own creature. And so, you know, when you have more of like a specific thing to look up, you'll get more accurate references for that. If you're just like looking for an overarching how to do creature anatomy, I'm sure there are books by like specialists out there that do very specific like creature anatomy stuff. But at the end of the day, from everybody that I've heard, is just know what you want to look up for your creature and make like a Pinterest board of different things. Not even just a Pinterest board, but like a pure ref board. But yeah, grabbing as many references as you can from different animals. I have figures from 3D Total that I use quite frequently for different subgroups, right? Because you can, so like let's say like a dog, right? This dog, like if you were gonna do something like a werewolf or something, anything that is more or less in the canine realm, as you can see, like there's an a crochet, you have all your basic muscles here, and it's very, very nicely done. These are expensive. You don't need to have this, but getting images of different a crochets of base, you know, groups of animals can be very useful, like even if you don't have the very specific one that you want. So base groups, for example, is like canine, feline, equestrian, right? Like being horse, because like those are ones that you can just kind of like grab around to a whole bunch of different things. And then you can look up like different kinds of like lizards, snakes, sure, but I don't think that that's sort of like a necessary one. I would, if you're gonna start studying groups of creatures, like different subtypes, and like understanding how that anatomy works compared to other animals, like then do it kind of like a lizard than doing instead of a snake, right? Because like a snake, you can kind of figure it out from lizards. Like it's that sort of an idea. Hey Elle, what's up? Welcome, welcome. I hope that helped a little bit. I'm sorry if it didn't. Yeah, so any creature reference or animal reference out there, like book-wise, like there's some like good stuff, but when you're actually doing like creature work, because it's very much like a mashup of different things that you already should be studying for creature design, like different subgroups of animals that you're kind of like mashing together in your brain, it's good to know what you're looking for. Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's so great. That's so great. You'll get there. The more you do, the faster it goes. Do I have reference? So usually when I'm working, yes, but during these streams, just for like sketching purposes, I'm not using references unless like I think of something very specific that I want to. This is just sort of like a free form, kind of have fun, go at your own pace, like, you know, design. Focus mostly on shapes and silhouettes. For me, personally, I believe that, you know, you need to be studying your anatomy 100%. You need to do your studies and you need to reinforce all of the sculpts that you do with reference. However, when you're sketching, I find it's actually counterintuitive to constantly have references up unless like you really want to do a very, very specific thing. Specifically because then a lot of the time it can encourage you to get bogged down with what something is supposed to look like. So if you're trying to be creative, you know, having like a lot of references up that are not just mood ideas, right? It's like if you have a mood board, I wouldn't recommend having a ton of different images there. I would just recommend having like, you know, 5 to 10, just giving you ideas of things that you can glance at, not stare at. Because if you're wanting to be creative, if you have lots of references in front of you and you're just staring at them during your initial stages of sketching, you're gonna have issues, and a lot of the time your brain will your brain might latch onto one specific picture and gravitate towards that if you're not like trained enough to detach yourself from the images. So when you're sketching, it's actually kind of nice to not have things up in front of you when you're playing with shapes and form and things like that. And then afterwards, if you like the shapes of something, look up reference to reinforce your design and make it make sense. You know what I mean? Like ground it, design it. So this, technically what I'm doing here is the conceptual phase. The difference between concept and design is just that, right? Your design is grounded in reality, whereas concept is the idea. So when you're ideating, it doesn't mean that you have to be designing at the same time. You can separate these tasks into 2 different things, especially if it helps you be more free. There's nothing wrong with that. And I actually encourage it as well because it can help you be more creative. It helps me be more creative. Like when I have a ton of stuff up, I will likely gravitate towards a specific image. And a lot of the time I have to like close my references and just like focus on like what shape looks better. And if I can get it looking good, you know, then I'll open up my references again and be like, oh, okay, but I can't necessarily do exactly that, but I can make it work, right? So that's my recommendation when it comes to referencing things when you're just kind of like sketching and exploring. Should I give this guy like a booty? I always ask this. We always give him just a little, just a. All right, I don't have my smooth on anymore. Just a little. Wait, did I? Hello? Wait, my smooth back on? My smooth not on? Hello? The intensity, yes. Are we good? Okay, I gotta like do a brush reset. There we go. Sometimes that happens. If you ever have problems with your brush, and you're like, oh, why isn't something working? I don't know which setting I touched at what point to change this and it looks awful. Like, I do that all the time. Just go into your brush, and then right here, you can actually reset your current brush that you have selected. If you're holding down shift, it'll reset your shift, control, your mask, etc. Just make sure that it is the brush that you want to reset, and then you just click that. It'll go back to its default. Or if all of your brushes, or whatever reason, borked all to hell, click all of the reset all brushes. It'll go back to default for when you first started up ZBrush. Hey Sergio, doing good. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So all the subtools are right here. We've got the. I know you have your answer. I'll go through it anyways. So usually how I separate things is in the initial areas, I separate all the limbs and stuff from each other just so that I can get better poses, better, like an overall better silhouette and breakup of the silhouette. Proportion, thank you, the word. Overall proportions, easier to adjust when things are separated. So arms, mid-section of the body, we've got the legs, we've got the eye thingies, and the neck piece. No, so depending on, like, let's say, like, the neck, right, like, is like a human body where the neck itself goes into the chest, and it kind of just keeps going, and there's no breakup there, there's no, like, clothing piece to indicate that you could cut it off there, you know, decapitate him, then you would have to join them together and make that seamless, right? But if there's, like, some kind of a natural break, and by natural break, I mean, it could even be like a different, like a scaling that happens around here, or, you know, like, you know, maybe a bony piece can separate it, etc. Then you can actually keep it as its own piece, and you don't have to worry so much about combining every single thing into one thing. But you have to be like, look for those natural separations. Is the difference between creature and alien that aliens wear clothes? What if it's an intelligent alien that just enjoys being naked? Yeah, we got them like alien nude beaches, man. I'm sure aliens have nude beaches. It's actually interesting, right? Because I think like clothing, I mean, clothing for the sake of reduction of nudity, I'm pretty sure revolves around a lot of like traditional and religious like ideals that have kind of created the way that society is. So we're all just like, oh my god, don't be naked, don't show those parts, but in reality it's all like natural, right? So it's like, if you think about like, if aliens didn't have religion or any of that, would they cover their sensitive regions if they had any? Good design questions. When you design a creature for a board game miniature, you spend almost 70% of the time on the pose and the silhouette, and 20% on smaller shapes and 10% on detailing. That's what you meant. Yeah, like most of it does. You're exactly right. Like if you have a strong foundation, everything else is not as bad. It's always the foundation. You want to make sure that that foundation is strong. Thanks, Luke. How you doing? Yeah, Spotlight is really good for showing your references. Okay. Actually kind of want to make this a little creepier. Like, if this guy, bear with me for a sec, sometimes I just do this, I just grab things around just to see. I like the head being down like that. Let me see if I can't. Oh yes, and what I'm doing here, so you see the pizza boxes, right? The little checklist, the to-do list, the Jira tickets. All you gotta do to select multiple subtools at the same time, Control-Shift, and then click on one of them. You can see everything else starts to get interlaced like so. That means that it is not a selected subtool, so the selected subtool will be highlighted, and then you can Control-Shift, click on another one, and then that adds it to the selection, right? You can add another one to the selection, add another one to the selection, and then move those around. Or you can deselect them with the same buttons, just click it again, and move it around. That's how you can move multiple subtools at the same time. What's up, drummer? How's it going? Dude, yes, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. More hands is elegant and creepy at the same time, and it's wonderful. Hey Josh, how's it going? You caused all your materials to render as flat. You had to reload matte caps, couldn't get back to the defaults. To reset matte caps? Did you overwrite your matte caps by any chance? Like, you might, I don't know. If all fails, right, and you, for whatever reason, restarting ZBrush, you don't have your matte caps anymore, they're not in the folder, for whatever reason, you could always just do a reinstall. But in terms of yeah, so there's no like reset here exactly, but you might have been saving everything as startup materials. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure because I have not had that issue personally. It's okay. Honestly, Leonard, I do stupid things all the time, and if you can't restart the program and it fixes it for you, then I would say just do like a fresh install, and then you'll get your folders replaced with the matte caps again. Because it might have been an overwriting thing. You might have overwritten your previous matte caps. How's Monty? Good. He is good. He is in his bed. Hey babies, what's up? Oh, Sniper Wolf, you're the reaction girl. That always goes thumbnails? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about Metal Gear Solid? There's a few. Yeah, Metal Gear. Okay, I'll take that one. I'll take that one. Yeah, Reaper, I was able to watch some of the Maxon stream today. I was doing work at the same time, though. So I wasn't interacting or anything, but I saw it, and if you didn't get to see, oh my god, I'm gonna like exhaust you guys with how many times I shout things out, but Michael Pavlovich and Pablo Gomez was, sorry, Pablo, I'm sorry, was also live on that channel doing a lot of like really intense tips, tricks, nuggets. I think Michael Pavlovich was doing one where he was going through ZBrush over the years, and then Pablo was going through like his favorite workflows, essentially for what's it called? Character workflow. Hey monkey. Yeah, Leonard, I'm really sorry. I'm sure there is a way to fix that for you. I have not run into that issue personally before. You could always reach out to Pixelogic support, not Pixelogic support anymore, Maxon support for ZBrush, and they're very, very helpful. They'll probably be able to tell you what you did wrong. Yeah, Michael Pavlovich invented it, yeah. Yeah, he's so knowledgeable, it's crazy. He knows the ins and outs. Catch cat. Please show cat. I don't have a cat. You know who does have a cat? Anna. Anna Carolina has a cat. She's a wonderful streamer too, and you should watch her streams if you want cat. She's got a cat named Sparkles. We're gonna keep it lewd friendly. We're not gonna get lewd with our monster as much as I would love to. No lewd monsters for us. Yeah, Pablo's got some good tricks. He's got some really good ways of cutting down time and making things as efficient as possible. He's really good at that. The sheer volume. The sheer volume. Oh, man. Okay. Gotta fix these. Something that you want to keep in mind when you're doing, like, you can see how much of a problem these legs are, right? So one thing you want to keep in mind when you're pulling things out is, and creating kind of like any kind of leg anatomy, any kind of like arm anatomy, hand anatomy, blah, blah, blah. The bones underneath are super important. You can't have like a finger that's just kind of like, or like not, like this centerpiece, the point where the highlight hits your form needs to follow the bone into the wrist. Even though you don't see the bone here and you can see them in your fingers, it doesn't mean that they stop existing, right? All of these bones keep existing underneath. So the same as like here, you can see how the highlight is kind of like going off to the side here. That's not really like what we want. And then it just kind of disappears, because then that tells us that our form is not there for the bone underneath, right? So if we're going to do the shin bone, we want to actually be looking at the highlight as we're going. All of a sudden, now you can get a much stronger shape just by looking at that highlight and figuring out where it is you want to add that form that's coming closer to the camera. Helps you create, you know, better anatomy, better just shapes in general. All of this right here is just going to be pretty like scuffy until I dynamesh anyways, but just sharing that little thing. Like, you want to be looking at, you know, where your highlights are hitting, essentially. See you, Keiko. Have a great evening. Great sleep. Thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna dynamesh the head. I think. Actually, no. I'm not gonna get ahead of myself. I'm going to. Should I IMM foot? Should I do it? Where are you? Oh yeah. Warning. Oh yes, the world's best IMM right here. This is how you make your. Oh man, so good. Oh my god, I just, okay, again, no spoilers or anything, please, because I'm actually thoroughly enjoying the show. I just finished season 1 of AOT, like, this weekend. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it for me. I'm gonna be moving on to season 2 soon. Love it. I'm sure, like, once I'm done everything, then I'll probably do some kind of fan art for AOT, because it's just, like, such a good anime. I don't know. Every time I ask that, they're gonna say yes. I know. See, Shader's got the emote. Wait. There we go. It's just, oh yeah, I am on Twitch. Oh, yup. Dude, it's like the best. It's like, it's the best IMM. This is how, this is essentially how you make anything industry standard. It's the industry standard brush. Is make sure that you IMM foot into everything that you do. No exceptions. Wondering if like, I don't mind keeping this like hella creepy, like long like toes. I actually kind of want to do that. Okay, let's make like some like creepy disgusting feet. Let's do it. Literally no one. Me. Let's actually do feet. Let's just like actually sculpt disgusting feet too. Like make it nasty. Ryu. How much hand moisturizer does this creature go through? Well, you see, so far he's only got 4 hands, but I think, you know, maybe we should double that. Maybe instead of, you know, an entire thing of Vaseline, like hand moisturizer that he goes through, like one of those like big jugs of it every single month, he should go through like 4 every month. I think that would be good. So once you... No stupid questions, Monkey. You're all good. You finish the update of the free version it gives you. If you want to update, how do you do it? Can you buy the update? Okay, so this stuff I'm not 100% sure because I'm not like... I'm not a staff member of Maxon. I don't like I, you know, I don't make ZBrush or anything like that. I'm not in sales or anything to do with that, so I don't 100% know. Your best bet is to like go on the website and go, you know what? I'll go and look right now just to see what's up because I'm not 100% sure. So on here, if you go get ZBrush. I'm pretty sure in my licenses, right? Like, okay, let me go to my licenses and then let me check real quick. Because I'm pretty sure it'll just tell you. That's how it works with Keyshot, right? I would assume that it would be the same kind of thing. So with Keyshot, what ended up happening is if you needed an upgrade for something, it would say you can upgrade, and then it would take you to the page and it would give you the upgrade price at that page specifically. But it's from my licenses, so I'm wondering if that'll be the same. I would have a feeling that it would be like that. But again, I'm not 100% sure, but that is my hunch. Some oil glands. Oh yeah, like instead of like Spider-Man, he just has like an oil gland right here, so he just like, and then moisturizer comes onto his hands, he just moisturizes his hands. That's so messed up, what the hell, guys? You're having trouble with pixelated details. Do you know any fix? Doing a character, pixelated details. So I'm not able to add divisions anymore. So you want to add more like subdivs, like, but you're still having issues in the area. What's your poly count at? Because that's kind of a like I'm not 100% sure what it is that you're dealing with. So if you want, like, let's say right here, right? You can't add any, let's say you couldn't add any more subdivision levels, but you were still getting something like this. Either you will want to break up your piece that you're working on into multiple parts that are smaller so you can dynamesh them, and then remesh them and make sure you have a dense enough area to work with when you subdivide. Or another thing to do is the hacky way, which would destroy your subdivisions. But if you don't care about destroying your subdivisions, you could always do Sculptress Pro mode, right? And then in that area, you'd have to delete your subdivisions though. In that area, you can start adding in density, but you have to be careful about that and going too crazy with the amount of density that you're adding, right? Because you can get carried away and your computer will go, I don't know what's going on. Please, sir. My brain, my capacity. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to make your computer broke. You want to add scratches, and your poly count is 52 million, and you're having issues. You're having issues with pixelated geometry still. I would say that maybe whatever it is that you're working on must be massive, because that's pretty intense. 52 million, and you cannot get the detail that you want, then you're probably gonna have to break it up in a different way to work on it then, because I have never had an issue of that before. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to have that much geometry to get some information there. If it is something that you're going to be baking out afterwards, I would recommend looking up how to use HD geometry. That's something that is used in very particular cases for VFX things or super hyper close-ups where you're going to be seeing like minuscule details that normally your computer wouldn't be able to handle sculpting, because it's just like absolutely ridiculous on like 100 million polygon meshes, right? Like, that's ridiculous. So if it's that, then I would say look up HD geometry. This last summit that came by, somebody who was working from CG Product Red actually did a whole sequence showing exactly how to navigate HD geometry and create different brushes to use in HD geometry as well. So look that up on the ZBrush YouTube channel. It was from ZBrush Summit, the CD Projekt Red presentation. You're having trouble? Oh yeah, I got that one. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's all I can think of too, Masta. Can I share the problem image on ArtStation? I mean, you can show me what you're dealing with. Yeah, you can message it to me for sure. More arms. Yeah. More arms. Maybe even more arms. What do you think? Maybe more arms. Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree with you, Inardi. I agree with that. I would say that it needs, like, the mesh probably needs to be broken up differently, or you need to do a retop to reallocate geometry in the areas that you're going to need it more. It's like, let's say you're talking about, like, when we're talking about, like, reallocating geometry, right? If you do the face the same as, actually, let's take, like, a hand, right? Let's take this hand. So all of this, the problem with this geometry right now, not only this, right? Like if you wanted proper deformable hand geometry, you'd want to be a little bit better about how many loops you're putting into every area that would bend. However, what I'm saying is everything is very the same. So when I go Control D, Control D, Control D, right, then any of the information that I would be putting here would be the same as any information that I would be putting here. And that's not really what we want, because, you know, like, let's say the arm, there's not a whole lot of detail unless you're going into like skimboard detail and things like that, but you can do that in displacement maps. You don't need to sculpt all of that detail. There's only specific pipelines that you would need to do that. So all of that, like, high fidelity detail not considered, there's a lot more wrinkles and I guess secondary information that you need to put into the hand, right? Like, you know, for example, fingernails, very bad fingernail, but if you get my idea, right? Like, so if you were to put all of that information here, it's very pixelated, then why would you need the same level over here? You don't. So you would reduce here and make more over here, so that when you subdivide it, there is more information here than there is here to give you more resolution, right? Like that's essentially the idea of optimizing. And it's also like, you know, you would definitely add more loops in areas that are deformable, right? Like you wouldn't have everything so uniform. You could still get a rigger to deal with this, but ideally what you want to do is optimize that so you have more around the joints, just to help that out. It also helps in terms of detail too, because naturally around any joint, you know, that you would be adding more topology, naturally around any joint you would have wrinkles and things of that nature too, so it lends itself well to the optimization of subdivision levels. Hi Ghost! Okay, good night. Other than 3D modeling, what other skills should a modeler have if they want to be employed? I would say if you want to be a character, I'm just going to say character artist, because I'm assuming, you know, if you're clicking here, you're seeing creature and character, like you're interested in that. So if it is that, then I would say you need to know UVing, right? You need to know texturing, and I would say that it would be good if you knew, I mean, it's a nice to have, a blend shape and corrective knowledge, right? So a limited knowledge on why your topology needs to be as clean as it does and how that works. So you know, it's not necessary. You don't have to do this, but it might help you to go through the entire pipeline for like one character. Just try to set up, you know, some bones in a hand or something like that to see how that works and to see what other people in the pipeline are going to be dealing with, because then that will help you make better decisions, technically speaking. You don't have to be an amazing rigger. You don't have to be an amazing animator or anything like that. But I would say if you want to be a character artist, you should know that pipeline, and you should really focus on making sure that in terms of technicals, you've got your texturing, your baking, your UVs, all of that, plus good topology. You know, sculpting is just one aspect of all of it. Okay. Higher geometry per RAM allocation than Blender. I don't think it works that way. I can't really answer for sure if I'm being honest, but what I can tell you is that ZBrush handles higher resolution meshes a lot better because it is a 2.5D program. Meaning it's not a true 3D model that you're looking at right now until you export it. So there's like a way of displaying this that's kind of like, it's just like the one angle until you rotate it. Like it's not rendering everything all at once kind of an idea. So it is that idea of it being 2.5D that helps your computer basically handle so many polygons at once while you're sculpting. Okay, I gotta sculpt. Hey Mac, what's up? The break in the neck? Yeah. Yeah, I like busting necks up. It's fun. Alright, I'm gonna actually, you know, I said I was gonna do the feet. I wanna do the head. Dye mesh. Alright. He's a creep. He's got that swiggy swooty. Do I regularly change the company I'm working for? Yeah, I work for multiple clients, sometimes at the same time. So I'm like, you know, I'm freelance, so technically it's a carryover of just like I'm always just a sole proprietor for myself. So I'll go over my own name, Ashley Adams, right? But for the contracts that I accept, it's a lot of different companies, handful of them, anyways. I won't over exaggerate how many people would hire me, but yeah, it's a handful. So I go from studio to studio, depending on what it is that's needed. Sometimes the contracts are only 2 weeks, sometimes it's 8 months. It really depends. Sometimes you overlap them. Sometimes I have nothing at all. Worry about when it swallows something. How does that look like? Oh yeah, it's one of those things where it's just this like it's just bloop, bloop, bloop. Let me I'm gonna separate this right here. Yeah, I'm gonna separate right here. I'm gonna let me give a little less of that. This off. Okay, and I'm gonna give it a Dynamesh. Well, I'm gonna save. Sorry, I was just thinking. I'm gonna save this really quick before I accidentally explode something, as I do. And then I'll give it an inside of its mouth. I'm just thinking if I wanted to do like a thickness first, or if I want to just do the closed holes. Because sometimes closed holes doesn't work when you're going like straight across with a big thing, but I think it should be fine. What was my favorite gig? My favorite one. I'm trying to like think through. So I'm not going to include like the like when I was actually in-house, but some of my favorite, well, I can't talk about the favorite stuff exactly, but it had to do with rendering out quick assets, right, and painting over it for illustration. So like VizDev illustration, I thoroughly enjoy VizDev illustrating. Really like doing that. It's a lot of fun. It's not technical. It's all about the final image, and it's just about like selling ideas, right? Like that's like just trying to like make you know, taking beat boards and fleshing them out for, you know, different movies, etc. Like I really enjoy doing that stuff. Really like the jobs where I just have to sculpt too. I thoroughly enjoyed one of the things that I did where I just got to sculpt, you know, character after character. That was pretty chill. It was pretty fun. Okay. Okay, I meshed that. Right, turned out fine. I'll give it a higher resolution though. There we go. Yeah, big guy. Okay, and then this one I can close holes. It should be fine. Yeah. Thank you, Digital. I really appreciate that. Yeah, almost a cute grin, but I want him to be creepy. I want him to be creepier than cute. If I ever had to relocate to accept a job opportunity, I've had opportunities where I would have needed to relocate, and unfortunately, like, I just kind of, because of the situations, it would have been like really cool opportunities. Lead positions and things like that have come up, but it's one of those things where, you know, it's hard to relocate when the whole reason why I'm freelance right now is because of flexibility. One thing in this industry is if you have a partner who is also in the industry, a lot, you know, if it's very gig based, you know, or contract based, a lot of studios will be like, okay, you have 8 months here and then 8 months there and then 6 months here and then you have to jump. You probably know a lot of people that are jump. And so sort of like, you know, being able to just kind of stay put requires some sort of flexibility on some part. And that means, unfortunately, declining cool opportunities. Like I have been approached to be a lead on, you know, a couple of projects, and it's just not something that's gonna happen, which is totally fine by me because I do like the freedom as well. But, you know, it's like you give and take, right? EDM system to handle all the files that the artist should... Oh yes, absolutely, Baubles. Yeah, there's almost every studio I know has some sort of like proprietary like software that has been created internally specifically to handle everybody's stuff. Yeah, especially when you're on live games or a really big production with a lot of episodes or something like that. Like you've got stuff handled, unless you're working for like somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing, in which case they don't have any like tech people working on stuff like that. All right, wait, you said you sent something to me in ArtStation you wanted me to check. Here, I'll check that after stream for you. I'll keep it tabbed so that I remember. And then I'll try and help you out with what you're talking about. Just so that I don't leave everybody else hanging, that's all. But yeah, if you guys ever have like questions that I can't answer while live, like feel free to like reach out on Instagram or ArtStation or whatever. DMs are open for helping in any way I can. Yeah, Perforce is a big one. Yes. Hi, Mushroom! Like a face of a Pokemon? Okay, I'm just, like, what Pokemon? I'm sorry, but like, what Pokemon? Oh, actually... Second gen. No, third gen. Swampert. Does it look like Swampert? Maybe. No, art school is not necessary to get a job in the industry. Your portfolio is king. And I'm just gonna say it, like, there's so many scam schools out there that you have to be really careful. If you are 100% considering, like, you know, maybe you have parental pressure, like, maybe it's just, it'd be one of those things if you just had the piece of paper that it would be easier to get a visa and travel to a different country, then I would recommend at least looking at the school list that the Rookies has. Okay, let me... Rookies... Let me get it for you. Unless somebody can beat me to it. schools. There we go. So there's like certified schools and stuff. So they there you go, Bobbles, you got it. Yeah, so Bobbles beat me. So yeah, you can look at that list and try and make a decision based on that, but just know that it's not going to be cheap, and because of like what you're going to get paid in the industry for being an artist, paying that loan off is going to take you a very, very long time, if ever. So keep that in mind as well. It's not to say that it's impossible. I was able to pay off my loan by living on the very, very bare minimum. We had 3 roommates in like a cardboard box type apartment for like a couple of years. So I was able to do it, but it is rough. And I don't even use my diploma. I went to, or my bachelor's degree, my bad. I went to school for animation. So I have a bachelor's of art and animation, and I don't use it. No one's ever asked for my piece of paper. I think the only thing is, you know, maybe when you're graduating, you know, it might look better to some recruiters, but if you're talking to like art directors and you can show clearly that you understand the pipeline that you're getting into, it's not necessary to go to school. There's like, you can find mentorships online. There's a lot of really talented people online. This will save you money and get you hands-on experience with the specific pipeline that you need to know to get you into the roles that you're looking for. But again, I know different people, different situations. I know that there's parental pressure as well that comes up. There's like this idea that if you don't go to school, you know, people might judge you a certain way or whatever. Whatever makes you more comfortable, I say do it. Just be aware that you're going to have to put in 110% of the work, okay? Like if you're going to school, a lot of the time it's a guideline, but you're still going to be the one that is going to have to put in the work. They're not going to guarantee you get a job or anything like that. It all comes down to you. Yeah, getting a visa, it is easier if you have a degree, because the way that the visas work is very old school, right? They don't understand that different, like, you know, the arts, you don't necessarily need to go to school to be really good at the arts and to prove that you are good at the arts. It's your portfolio and blah, 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 but getting a degree does help if you are foreign to the United States or Canada or the UK or wherever it is that you're trying to go. It'll help the visa process in any of these countries. But it's expensive, right? It's expensive, and a lot of the time too, you're not always getting exactly what you pay for. So you have to be mindful of that. And I just keep putting that out there because I know so many people, they're like, this school is marketing themselves as this, and then they go and it's like none of the teachers have even done the workflows that are being used in the industry, or they're using like outdated tech by 10 years or something like that. It's like, why, you know, like, what are you doing? What are you paying for? So, you know, if people graduated from something, look up, you know, if you're thinking of a school, look up, you know, what's the alumni look like? If you can, I mean, don't harass people and don't like bother people, but if somebody that did graduate is willing to talk about their experience of a school that they went to and they have a job, you can always ask them what it's like and if it was worth it, right? A lot of the time there's like alumni stories of different like schools and stuff. Just do your research, essentially. I'm just gonna give him like some creepy eyes real quick. Let's do RGB or toy? Yeah, we'll do a toy. Go back to this. Let's go to RGB only. No. Right. Like this, do that, then we'll drag. Wait. We'll do like a lower RGB intensity, so we can start like going over top of this a little bit, adding some depth in here. Oh. Red. This guy looking two different dimensions. Yeah, dude. Yeah, he's having a good time. He's looking at your past, present, and future all at once. How do I have the patience for sculpting? You have to find the fun in things, right? If it's not fun for you, then I mean, don't do it. Like, the whole thing is, it's a lot of fun. Like, this program makes it, like, you can find it fun when you stop holding on to so many of the technicals, at least when you're sculpting. Of course, if you're doing something for a pipeline or work, you need to know the technicals, okay? Don't come for me. But when you're sketching, it's important to just have fun with it. And then the patience aspect doesn't matter. He works the Slurpee station in the Stormvale Castle. Yo, yeah. Yeah, I can see it. I can see that. Oh my god. Wait, I'm sorry. I apologize for this. Sincerely. Yep. Anyway, get that wrong. Go. Like, come get your Slurpees, boys! Wait. Hold up. Yummy. Yummy, Slurpee. I'm sorry. So, as I was saying, you have to find the fun in what it is that you're doing, and then it doesn't matter about pitch. Oh, jeez. Okay. Wait, actually. Wait, I can't do that because I have geometry, or sub D. Let me just give it a quick little lubby-dub-dub. Okay. Where is it? Text. We can do new. Oops. Oops. Free. Let me do that again. Sorry. New text. There we go. Yummy. Alright, we'll just do that right here. And then pen target. Up. No, not that way. Not that way. Not that way. I always forget. There we go. There we go. Yummy. Yummy. Needs a fries and burger. Wait, see, I love this because it looks like the straw is like bent too. Like it's like, you know, like when those plastic straws just like they cut the sides of your cheeks because you're like chewing on them. Do you know what I mean? Like you just like chew on the straw for so long that it gets hello? There we go. That it gets all like sharp on the sides and it cuts your mouth. It's literally that. Yes. What do you think is in the cup, though? What is inside the yummy cup? Is it Slurpees? Not sure. Getting an MA degree, but it's going to be an art and tech degree. Honestly, if you think that it's going to help you, then do it. But as long as you've well researched everything, then you're good to go. From Ukraine, I hope you're staying safe. I hope you're doing all right. And I'm really, really sorry to hear about everything that's happening over there. And I wish you guys the best. I'm really sorry. I hope you're doing okay. We've got like so many people in the art community that is in Ukraine right now, and it's just seeing everybody dealing with this stuff. I don't know. I'm really sorry for everybody that is going through things, and I hope you're like staying as safe as you possibly can, even though that doesn't mean much. I know. I'm sorry. Why is the eye bulged out? Because did you say coming through? It's gotta suck harder. Oh no, he's just enjoying it. Don't your eyes bulge out when you're enjoying the juice, TM? A Slurpee made from all the runes I lost. I'm very good about not losing runes. I might have you know. I'm very good at keeping my runes, actually, and retrieving them. Did I do a... Yeah, I did. Okay, let me split this off. I didn't mean to have that in the same thing. Big ol' squishy head. Oh, they just went totally dark. Yeah, that's... I've been seeing a lot of that as well, and it's really rough, and I wish I had better words to kind of like... I don't know. I'm not good with my words when it comes to this stuff. I just genuinely hope that everything is as okay as it can be for the people that we know and love. That's all. It's just messed up. It's just completely fucked what's going on over there. Excuse my swearing. It's just totally wrong. It should not be happening. What's up, Angelus? Drinky drink. Yummy. The 22nd of March NPC presentation. They announced it. Oh, the motion design thing. Yeah, that's on Maxon's YouTube. I believe Nightbot is spamming it. Done. I'll just go find the VOD. Maxon one. You're gonna see that when you close your eyes. Good. Good. Yes. Excellent. Alright, here you go. Here's the Maxon thing from earlier. Okay, I am going to go and take a quick break because we're at the 8 o'clock, the 2-hour mark. Then I'll be back to finish to finish sculpting. Here, I will give you a very good, very nice. Wait, let's give a good thumbnail. There we go. Dummy. Okay. I'll be right back, and then yeah, we'll have Monty Minute and continue sculpting. Okay. BRB. BRB. Right, back. I'm back. I'm Big Bex. And here is Monty. He is the good boy. I don't think Monty would think anything on the screen is, I don't think he would think anything of anything that I put on the screen, honestly. He just ignores everything there. Unless it is a treat that is on the screen, he will not care. He also doesn't care about himself in the mirror anymore. I could literally show him in the mirror and he's just like, whatever. He's the big boy. Here, I'll show you some booty, some big booty. Hell yeah. How's he with his training? Well, during the pandemic, we have not been seeing a lot of people, obviously. So, he kinda is just the same spot as he always has been, right? Like, he hasn't really, like, gotten super good or worse with people. He just kind of barks at anything sudden. And not just barks, but, like, when I say bark, he freaks out. He freaks out at things that, that he doesn't expect are going to be there. Or if it's out of the ordinary, out of his routine, you know, anything that isn't exactly as he thinks it's gonna be and should be, freak out time, meltdown time. But when he's here on stream, he looks like such a good boy. Even when he's melting down, he's a good boy. Always a good boy. He's a good boy, and he loves giving hugs. He loves the hugs. Yeah. Alright. You good? You done saying hi to stream? Time to work now? Can I have a kiss? Can I have a kiss? Kiss, kiss. Kissy? Fine. I'll take it. Alright. Down you go. Big ol' boy. Okay. Work, 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 work. Put all of this in a folder. Lol. I'm just gonna call it the lol folder. And then where are these hands? There we go. And I can just like turn all of that off and just keep working on it without anything else, but it still exists. It still exists in there, you know? I'm gonna keep that. Scared of everything. Yeah. Yeah, the pandemic didn't help with that, right? Because the thing is, like, if you have a dog and they have anxiety to begin with, like, they're not exactly a super social dog, because they all have their own personalities. Like, I don't care what you say, not all dogs are the same. Like, they all have personalities, they're all individuals, right? So some of them are less social than others, and the pandemic happening and not like constantly exercising their like anxiety, essentially like testing their ability to get over things and get used to a lot of different things, made it a lot worse for dogs like mine. So he just like gets super startled by stuff. Even like if I'm taking him out on a jaunt around the block or something at night just to give him a little exercise, things that didn't used to scare him before all of a sudden are scary now, you know? You know, garbage cans at nighttime, oh no! And the thing is, like, with Monty too, it's like explosive. So he'll be like, he'll seem totally fine, like sniffing the ground and just like walking real slow and not really looking at anything, and then he'll look up really quickly and go like out of nowhere. Because a lot of the time I can tell when he's anxious, like, and leading up to exploding, but lately he's just kind of been like, yeah, I'm chill, I'm not chill, you know. And it's like, okay, all right, you know. And he ends up scaring other people, like, because it's so sudden and out of nowhere and explosive. Do you guys see what he's doing? Yeah. Yeah, you wanna go into the kitchen to bark at the people outside in the window? Is that what you want to do? Look at him. What are you doing? You want to go out? You want to go out there? It's like, yeah, I do. Hold on. Usually he's fine with like just chilling in here, but I think Eric went out and then he came back. And he's just like, I need to go and say hi. Definitely my Uncle Jed Jr. Oh no. Your uncle's a very interesting looking dude. You like his little, like, mini butt? Got a little mini butt. A little mini butt. Got teleported back in because he was probably barking at the window. What he does. See, the thing is, like, he's a herding dog, and so if he sees anything or hears anything that he thinks he needs to alert, he will. And that means he's doing his job really well, but it also is not very good if either of us are on a call or if we're on stream or something like that, because that means all you hear in the background is barking and whining and crying, and a lot of crying. He cries so much at noises, and it's really just to get attention. I know, like, you might be like, oh, you might need something. Like, no, it's just he gets scared by, like, startled by stuff, and then runs away crying. He goes at the thing, and then just, like, runs over here under the desk into his, like, little bed thing and stares and goes from his bed after that, after, like, crying. Yeah, he, like, runs and cries at the same time. He's very efficient at being as dramatic as possible about something that he heard. He hears something approximately every 10 minutes, sometimes twice every 10 minutes if we're super lucky during a day. So, you know, if we're not constantly monitoring him and calming him down with stuff, you know, and training him for noise desensitization, then kind of has to stay in quieter areas until it's time for us to be done with our computers, and then we go for a W or whatever. That's what happens. An anxious boy who likes to cry about everything. It must confirm Eric is still Eric. It's true. He has to give his approval. If he doesn't go and give his approval about something coming into the apartment, he will whine and cry until he's allowed to. Like, it's actually funny because we do like these this training stuff. Like, anytime somebody comes to visit, we end up doing a thing where he can go and say hi to them if the other person has treats for him to make it a positive experience, right? Because he's scared of anybody coming into our house. So now he's gotten it where he's excited if somebody comes over. He's just like, I want to say hi, but then at the same time, he's still scared of them. So he'll be like, in this room, like if somebody's coming over briefly to, like, I don't know, fix something with plumbing or whatever the heck, you know, he'll be in this room. He'll be crying to go and see the person. The second that you let him see the person, he's like, I'm terrified of you, and will not stop like fear barking at them. Just like, and then you put him back in here and you close the door and he's just back to whining like, I need to get out and talk to them actually. So it's just it's good. It's great. All bark, no bite. Yeah. I mean, I'd prefer that to any kind of biting. Not gonna lie. I'm glad he does not bite. But that's also because, like, he probably hasn't ever felt like he's needed to, because he has, like, safe spots to, like, run away to and stuff. Your nephew has a corgi? Yeah, they do. They herd. Monty not as well, yeah, a little bit, but not as like aggressively as I've seen other corgis like herd. He still like alerts though. Like he's got that alert thing going on, but I wouldn't say that he like nips at your ankles or anything like that, which is nice, thank God. I think I would scream. But he does like run after you and jump after you sometimes. The other way around. You'll trap your niece on the couch so she can't climb down. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they gotta be in control of like everything. They're very much control freak type dogs. Thank you, Andre. Appreciate that. Yeah, I used to do this all the time with my hair. And then pandemic hit and I stopped being blonde. Just grew out brown. And now I'm like, heck yeah, let's go back. And if anybody has any like questions or anything, feel free to ask. I kind of like zone out if otherwise, because I'm just kind of doing some fingy stuff. not ideal hand topo to be dealing with. One thing about fingers, I think I said this in the last stream, I'm not 100% sure, wherever I did hands last, I think I said it, but I'll repeat it, is when you're dealing with like proportions of fingers, you can think about it in thirds. The first segment right here is usually, the first segment up until your first knuckle is usually the same as both of the end segments together. I mean, small variations, of course, but then like, even from that, you can take this one and then it's a little bit smaller than the one before it. So it's a tapered size, big, medium, and then small. But the two medium and small, right, at the very tip is the same as from your first knuckle to your first, the knuckle into the first knobby knob. Oh my God. You get, hopefully you get what I'm talking about. It's like in parts, so like this right here is the same as this, but then this one is like slightly longer right here and slightly shorter than that one, like in tiers. You did Boolean, and most of the detail, the edges are a bit sharp. Is Dynamesh the best way to be able to sop in corners? You did a Boolean, and you like all of it, most of the detail that you have. The edges are a bit sharp though. If you've Boolean something, it depends on like what you Booleaned and what the topology looks like. You could always like, you know, use ZModeler to add in like a bevel if it's clean enough. Otherwise, yeah, you might want to Dynamesh it, reproject it, right? And then make sure like everything is exactly how it was with the sharp corners on your Dynamesh model. Smooth out that and then do a retopology on top of that. There's a part of me that wants to give this actually like even more joints. Like give the fingers even more joints. Weird, creepy. I don't think I will. I don't like this banana shape that I was getting over here. No banana. No banana. Hey Alejandro, how are you doing? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Ooh. I just got sneeze. Hello. I'm sorry. I don't speak. I guess, is that Japanese? I'm not sure. There's English here. Sorry. Super sorry. English. All I can speak. I'm sorry. This guy. All right. Hey, VBN, what's good? How are you doing? Wait. Oh, I don't think I like these ones. So I do want to put maybe some smaller ones. Yep. Yep. Not. Wait, is that Ogre Top? Yeah, it is. He was using his mental powers to summon the slushy. Yes, it's true. It's true. He must be pretty upset that I got rid of that, huh? Didn't get rid of it. I just hid it from him because he was drinking too much of it. Can't have him drinking all of that slushy. It's too much slushy. Not ideal topology, who cares? Some busted up thingies. He's upset, he's spaghetti. Yes. That's my bad. You guys ever like personify your sculpts and like make yourself feel bad about your sculpt? Like anything that's unfinished? Like in the way that like, oh, like imagine for whatever reason, everything that you make in some kind of like alternate universe actually is alive. For whatever reason, like it all has like its own, like a functioning brain, and then the ones that you leave unfinished, like oh, it doesn't have a like foot, or it doesn't have it's not fully fleshed out, and it just like it doesn't, its proportions are bad. It looks like it will eternally suffer. Like, do you ever think about how bad your sculpts would be living right now? Or is that just like a weird me thing? Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you have to live in this constant state of pain and torture. Why would that be OCD? Because it's not finished? No, that's not what I mean. I mean like all of the sculpts that you leave unfinished, you just leave them like in your hard drive or whatever, and then you think like you open them where, you know, you're looking back on them and you just think like maybe in another alternative universe you're like hurting in a lot of pain and I'm just really sorry. That's what I mean. Busted up hands. The hard drive of misfit sculpts, exactly. Like he's like Sid in Toy Story. Okay. Yeah, like yeah, exactly. Like, you know, you leave your toys behind and it's just like they're alive. I don't know. But like with your sculpts and seeing you leave them all busted up and not finished, and they have to eternally suffer. Give this one a higher dynamesh. Maybe a little bit higher again. Like, really give them high res now. It's 1 million polygons. So then I can start really getting in there with the more of the detailing stuff. I actually kind of like the idea of like the eyelid being like weird, where it closes like sideways. Why do your sculpt hands look better than real hands? What do you mean? They do not. I mean, because IMM hands. IMM hands. It's the way to go. Hands are so much fun, though. Like, they're super, super expressive, right? And it can kind of create a feeling for your sculpt depending on how your hands are posed, right? So if you have them all dainty and stuff, but then you have something big and hulking, it adds an air of, like, creepiness. So when you create teeth, you typically have the general idea of what most teeth look like, or you get reference of both, of course, considering. Yeah, both. So, like, if I'm just sketching, then I don't care. Like, I will just kind of go with whatever looks good. But if I am moving on from the sketch and going more into, like, a stronger design and wanting to make sure that everything kind of makes sense and is grounded, then I will look up reference just to make sure that I'm in the right ballpark. Especially if it's, like, something more or less, like, I definitely want this to have crocodile teeth, right? Then I will definitely look at what crocodile teeth look like. Otherwise, it'll just kind of be like, oh, whatever, I'll just, you know, figure it out as I go. Keep double clicking by accident. It's my my Cintiq. Gotta adjust the double click distance. Yeah. Cease. My problem because I like touch it so lightly. Always thinks it's like double clicking. I'm gonna actually raise the resolution on this once again. Give it a higher one. What are we getting at? 3 million? Good. Okay. When I'm doing like eyes, I like to make sure that there is some kind of a very minimal like separation here. Like I don't like this, like the eyelid geometry to intersect with the actual eyeball, because then you get a sort of like feeling of fake, like it's not really like an eyelid that has volume, if that makes any sense. So if you have that little like offshoot right there, now this would be a lot easier if I actually just kind of sucked it up and did proper topology here. That would help me, because right now the Dynamesh is kind of, like you can see, like when I do this, it kind of isn't the best. But if I were to do real topology, then it would really help here. But even just having like this little hang off makes a lot of difference in terms of the eyelid feeling like it has some sort of like volume sitting in there, and then giving it like a slight top bit. And if we're gonna have this kind of going an overlap, I'm gonna want to actually sculpt that in instead of being lazy. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is ZBrush. You can go to Maxon's website. You can actually, you don't need to go to Maxon's website. You can just go to ZBrush. There's still pixelogic.com, and you can see everything you need to about ZBrush. Yeah, there's still Pixelogic, so at least their domain is. What's up, Mark? How are you doing? Yeah, I actually, you know what's funny? I was like so involved with this just now. I actually I got a little bit confused when I read that. I was like, new hair color, what are you talking about? Yes, I got my hair done. Yeah. Got a little bleachy weechy. Back to blonde. Only took me 2 years of Super Saiyan screaming episodes to get back to my full power. Just repeating the jokes I've already said, you know, whatever, it's no big deal. Oh! Item level? Oh, I have a 1340 and I just parked her at 1340 and my alt is only in tier 2. I'm honestly bored. I'm bored. I just, like, I don't think I really want to do any more Guardian raids. Like, I don't, like, any more hunts. Like, I have no, like, interest in the abyssals that I'm able to do right now. It's just, like, I don't know about Lost Ark now. I don't know. You gotta yell fusion. Ah! True. Actually, very true. I know tomorrow they're going to be adding more content to the game. Like there's like a patch, like an update, maybe. Like all I've really been doing is occasionally logging on, grinding out the what's it called? The Chaos Dungeons, buying greater leap stones and just feeding off of the whales who buy those. And making gold. That's literally all I've done. What do I do now? Well, boy, since you're addressing me as girl. Well, boy, I'm just sculpting. I'm just chilling, just having fun. If you have any questions, I'll answer as you post them. Just really that. Just chilling. I'm thinking like this is kind of like the dog lips, like dog lips, like on the sides. They've got these little nubbies. It's for grip to keep things in their mouth. No, it's all good. You're good, Vlad. You're good. It's all good, dude. I was just joking. I always find it funny. Like, I understand there's like a big language gap here, which is why I don't get on anybody's ass for like being weird when they type something that might come across as weird, because I know that there's language gaps, but it's just, in English, it's really funny to just be like, hey, you girl. It's very like blunt, and most people are not like blunt in that regard. Yo, what's up, B? How you doing, dude? What's up, boy? B stands for boy, right? No, dude, we're all just joking here. Like, I honestly, like, as long as like you're respectful, I understand the language gap. Don't worry, dude. I like making jokes. I'm a funny gal, you know. A lot of cringe. Oh my god, he does look like Cookie Monster. Right. Well, if anybody came in late, he's a Slurpee boy, actually. Yummy. How much caffeine I have tonight? Actually, normal amount. Just a tea. Normally I actually have 2 coffees in a day, which is starting to get a little bit out of hand for me. I'm gonna cut back on the coffee stuff so I can be less dependent on that. Find actually, like, long term, it just makes you more tired than anything. I'm gonna try to chill out with the coffee during the day. Today I only had 1 coffee and then tea. I think try to keep doing that. And then I'll make weaker coffees, and then I'll just have tea again. Honestly, like, after you jump off of it, it really doesn't affect your energy. It's just like you're normal again. I'm gonna do that probably. Or I'll try. Drugs, you know? Drugs. Big old drugs. Vape coffee? Vape coffee? Like, just inhale the beans. Just grind them up and just snort the beans. What's wrong with you? Oh, don't even come and try to tell me that there's actually coffee vape. I will lose my mind. I can't. There's everything good. Of course. Of course. That's just like insane to me. Like, why don't you just sit down and enjoy your coffee once in a while? You realize it's getting to be a problem, just do your best to cut it off. Cut down on it. You don't have to be a freak about it. This is like ridiculous. Oh, you got rid of the soda. That's good. That's good. Low sugar is very good. I got out of that that soda problem when I was like younger. I was like really bad when I was really young. When I was like in high school, I would drink like so many Cokes every single day. It was really bad. Somehow my teeth did not fall out of my skull, which is a miracle. But I do have a problem with migraines now, and maybe one is linked to the other. Who knows? But I do know when I have lots of sugar, I get a migraine. Not a headache, like a migraine. Maybe. Coming for you, Coca-Cola. I'm coming for your brand. Overall, it's good to just practice moderation in regards to everything. Don't want to have too much of anything. It's not good. Not good. What's up, Psycho? Not sure what you said, but hello. Steam the pot and breathe the vapor, and then like throw the rest of the coffee away. You just like you just steam, you just brew the coffee, and you just go. And you just get rid of it. I think if you're doing that, you have a problem. There's something weird going on there. You might need to address that. Hi, Fabian. Welcome. Can I show that all the way around? Oh yeah, sure. It's just like it's the creepy wrinkly boy, the tiny butt. Oh, mum. Oh, kisses. Okay, where are the feet? What's this? Bring this down here. Should probably work on this part. Merge down. Alright. I dynameshed that. Alright. Yeah, I guess we can just have it dynamesh. That's fine. It's fine. Oh, man. Because I'm literally like I'm just doing like a sketch. I don't care about these things merging. If I was doing not a sketch, like I said earlier, then I would not be dynameshing. I'd not be tolerating these being dynameshed together. If it was for like pipeline. I'm just sketching, so anything goes. Grab this. I wouldn't say it's super complex. It's kind of a super silly dude. But I am very happy that you like it, regardless of that. Sometimes I like to just like chill and do things that have more of a like gross fatty textures and like fatty forms and stuff like that, instead of doing something that is I guess more like armor plated or anything, like, you know, like the quick sketching that I would do on top of other things. Like there's different approaches that I have when I sketch things. Some of the streams you see me use a lot of /2, this one. Like you'll see me use a lot of that in other ones if I want to go like super fast and get the whole thing done in one fell swoop, because then it's just like I'm using that as like sketch lines. But here I'm doing like more actual like soft pudgy form exploration in instead. But there's different kinds of ways that I approach my sketching. It's not always the same. All lends itself to different looks at the end of the day and different levels of fun. There's one disgusting toe. Another disgusting toe. Two disgusting toes. lactose intolerant. Ah ha 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 ha. So funny. But now all of a sudden you can tolerate toes because I'm working on them. It's amazing. I'm amazed at your sudden genetic predisposition to accepting toes in your diet. You're such a toe eater. I feel like that's like such an insult. And I don't actually like mean it like that horribly to you, by the way. I just thought of that, like, how bad is it if you're just like, dude, you're such a toe eater? Like, that's just nasty. Calling somebody a toe eater, I feel like that's just... Or toenail eater. You're like a toe nibbler. Like, that's like such an insult. This is so like fucky, but at the same time it's like it looks like it shouldn't work, but it also looks like it could work because like I don't know. Oh my god. This is like some real like messy looking like weird anatomy, but I kind of love doing stuff like this. Where you take things that like look like they could exist anatomically and just like bust it. Feet. I mean, yeah, some degree of foot. In some universe, these are feet. Like, it looks all, like, messed up, right? But at the same time, it's like... I kind of don't hate it. Like, it's nasty, but... There's something about it that says it could work. I think if anything, I just need to make sure it's balanced. The IMM foot is it is the answer to all of your problems. If you ever think like your sculpt is not interesting enough, IMM foot. And all of your problems will go away. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. He's vibing out, man. He's just vibing out. Toe Eater sounds like an Elden Ring named creature. I know, right? Okay. I'm gonna try and do, like, say this in like the most non-spoilery way as possible, like if you've played it, but moon person, right? The ones on the ground, toe eaters. Toe eaters everywhere. They drove me insane. Like, it's like a field of toe eaters. Anyways, you know exactly what I'm talking about in Elden Ring. You know. The toe eaters. There's just so many of them. And they're creepy. Just like AoE all of the creepy like toe people on the ground. Just Hoarfrost stomp all of them. Hey, what's up, Rye? Oh, that's smart, yeah. Toe eaters, dude. I hate them. I hated them. Yeah, I still okay. I think I'm gonna be free tomorrow, so then I can play again, but I have been too busy. I haven't been playing anything this week. I still am not the Elden Lord. I'm doing way too much exploration. Like, you look at my map and it's just like an absolute clustering hell of Lost Graces. Like, I look at my friends' maps and they've got like one here, a couple here and there. Like, that's how they're playing it. Me, I'm just like, I must find every single one in one area before I can progress to the next, because that is like, I'm never gonna finish this game. It's just like, all right, I'll see you, B. Have a good time. Willow? Which one is that? Willow movie. Let's see. Is it, you said like a dragon? Oh, it's this one. Is this the one that scared me when I was younger? Willow movie monster? Oh, this thing! Are you talking about the Aborsisk? Aborsisk? I can't remember what it's called. Or how to say it, rather. Ew, dude, I love it, but it's like nasty. It's nasty. No, I think I have. Okay, so the thing with like a lot of these movies is I'll have them in the like the background, or like I'll watch them on like YouTube through clips or something like that. I like watching stuff, like especially like if I see like cool monster designs or something in a different movie, I just won't remember if I've seen it or not. I forget things. I forget what it is that I just watched. Like, it'll be fresh in my brain for a week and then I'll be like, okay, next thing. Like, very annoying. So I remember those two things though. I just don't know how to say the name of them. All right, so this one will be going down in like that. Wonderful. And then this one has to come inwards. And okay, how are we gonna do this? Push this like it's resting. resting on another deltoid area right here. Go in like so, and we'll come down and in. This guy will do that, and then we'll do some kind of like collarbone type deal. Actually, do something like this. Grab that, and I'll bring it all the way through, like so. And I'll have it go under. The Dark Crystal. I actually did not watch that all the way through. And I know that this is controversial, and I can respect the movie, okay, I can respect the art style, I can respect all of it, but I really don't like the art style personally. Like, it's just like a 100% a personal thing. Like the puppets and stuff, it's not... it's just a personal preference. And I know how many people like that, the Dark Crystal, but that was not for me. It sucked being a teen in the 70s. Oh my I mean, wait. Did that animated Hobbit movie also come out in the 70s? That was the 80s, right? That was like the animated Hobbit movie I remember watching when I was really young. I must have been like 6 or 7. That was weird and also like kind of inappropriate. But that one like really weirded me out. Along with like the Dark Crystal, I found was like really, yeah, creepy, but like not in like a way that I enjoy. And I know a lot of people enjoy it though, but it's just like that sort of like I could feel it's like it's a bad comparison, but the same vibe of like Five Nights at Freddy's kind of like deal for me. I know that's like a bad comparison because it's not that, and like Dark Crystal has like story and everything and like actual depth, but I'm just saying that like the like that sort of like I also don't like that, like, that puppet feel, I guess, in that sense. Yeah, I'm getting old, dude. I am old, man. How long have I been doing this for? Like, streaming on the Pixelogic channel? Or the ZBrush channel, rather? So many years. Yeah, the rotoscope, like, animation. It's weird because, like, Fire and Ice, and even, like, I actually thought Heavy Metal was really cool as well. I mean, problematic things, obviously, but it's from, like, the 80s, right? Like, I'm just talking, like, the art in general. I don't mind that, but I'm also, like, a Frazetta fan, too, so that entire era in that genre of art, I'm, like, down with. But then it started, like, there's like this weirdness when you branch out and you go to like the Hobbit movie. Like, I don't know what happened. Captain Scarlet, which one was that? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna be honest, I've never watched this. I have never watched Captain Scarlet. Never even heard of it. That's crazy. What is this? This looks like Robot Chicken. What? Captain Scarlet looks like a Robot Chicken episode. Like, I don't mean that offensively. I used to love Robot Chicken, but I just like looking at this, like the dolls. That's great. What in the heck? No, it's different, right? Okay, so like moving dolls and stuff, like stop frame animation with dolls, it's not like, that's not bad in my opinion. There's like this weirdness to like the eyeballs that blink in like puppets. Like, I didn't like a lot of like Elmo and stuff like that creeps me out. Like, I don't like that stuff personally. Like puppets with like moving eyeballs and sock mouths and stuff that like you can tell somebody else is moving it. Like, I don't know. Thunderbirds, I think so, yeah. I have, but Stingray, hold on. Stingray. What is it? Stingray? Is it a TV show or a movie? Oh, is that... Okay. It's a series. Okay, they look creepy. The mouths, man. They're so big. Oh, man. That's like... I'm sure it, like, it's one of those things, right? Like, it like falls into a niche category. Like, if you like it, you really like it. But if you don't, it scares you. like I find like, okay, yeah, Stingray, like they've got like big mouths. Like those mouths to like eye proportions are wild. Yeah, I don't like clowns. I don't like the idea of clowns. Clowns have never been funny to me. They don't like scare me. I just like clowns, man. I don't know. It was great. I loved it. It was so good. You made a killer clown? Nice. Nice. Is it creepy or is it scary? Or is it both? Malice in Wonderland. What is that? Wow, you guys have a lot of this. You're like a repository for like weird old stuff. Oh, there goes my keyboard. It's still working? Malice in Wonderland? What is this? Yeah, I don't know what this is either. Am I under a rock? I feel like I need to like look more into like this like niche stuff. Like what is this? Tell me it's not. If you tell me this isn't niche, I'm gonna be very surprised. No, I'm weird and old, dude. It's a very short plush cargo or Malice in Wonderland. Plush cargo. What is that? I'm sorry, you told me to look up Club Cargo, and then, this is literally what I get. This is, I'm guessing people are putting their own mouths on this or something. I don't know, man. They just like just put the mouth over top. Oh, that's great. It's excellent. Honey Quest follow, yeah. Patented the technique. Wait, they patented that technique? That's like the annoying orange technique. So the annoying orange does on YouTube or whatever. You remember the annoying orange from back in the day? I don't know if he probably still does videos and I just don't have any idea. With the big lips. God. So that's legit. It's not a meme. That looks ridiculous. I'm sorry. Clutch cargo. What the hell? What the hell? What in the hell? Hey Sonar, am I modeling your mother-in-law? I'm so sorry. All you guys saying like, this looks like my boyfriend, this looks like my girlfriend, this looks like my ex, this looks like my mother-in-law. Like, I'm sorry for your damaged relationships. I hope things get better for you. Oh dear. Monty's doing good. Yeah, he was on stream earlier for a brief little bit. And then he wanted to run out of the room and then run back in. He's doing good though. Still being a best boy. Not good boy, but best boy. Very cute. Very barky. Let the dog in so you can go back out times 10, yes. Precisely. The images of Clutch Cargo, dude, like that was wonderful. Clutch Cargo sounds like a special. I love llamas with hats. What do you mean? I've got the grumblies that only hands can satisfy. Yo, man. Captain Scarlet's first contact with an alien race goes wrong when the humans assume the aliens' attempt at peaceful communication are hostile and attack. The show revolves around the aliens' attempt at revenge. I think I'm gonna skip it though. Like, I appreciate the recommendation, but I think I'm gonna skip that one. I think I'm gonna skip Captain Scarlet. Respectfully. Looks like your hopes and dreams. I am sorry all of you are so hurt. I hope things get better for you. It was a good show. Don't you do that. Don't you do that. I'm allowed to say I don't want to watch it. Don't you start trying to make me feel bad about not watching something like Captain Scarlet. Don't you be in here doing that. Don't you shame me. Have limited time on this Forsaken Rock. I get to choose, for now, what it is that I'm going to waste it with. And I think I want to waste it with Elden Ring and not Captain Scarlet. I think that's okay. He's got chin sack, neck sack. Also, hi Jamal. Sorry, I missed you saying hi. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Captain Scarlet better than Thunderbirds? I mean, I didn't really watch Thunderbirds either, so I don't have like a proper opinion on it. I just kind of like looked at the Google images of Captain Scarlet. Or Starlet? Is it Starlet or Scarlet? Because I typed in Scarlet. Am I dumb? Me asking all the time. Is it Starlet or Scarlet? Wait. Captain Scarlet. Okay. Yeah. No. 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 I'm not. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not feeling it. Captain Scarlet Rot. I mean, no spoilers, but I'm pretty sure that dude already exists. I have to go back to him. Captain Scarlet Rot. Sorry, Jamal. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm also usually bad at reading. That's why I was questioning myself. It was a boys' show. Yes? Stop it! Stop! 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 You wanna know what's like crazy? Okay, the only reason, so this is nuts, right? When it comes to like games, the whole reason why video games are considered like, I know you're talking about a TV show or whatever, the whole reason why, you know, video games are even considered like a boys thing or like a boys toy is because of like back in like when things first started coming out, like the Game Boys and stuff, they didn't know. They were like, oh, let's put it in the boys section because it's technology. Girls are not into that, so we're just gonna put it in the boys section. And all of a sudden, because now it's like stereotyped as a boys thing, but it doesn't make sense. Dude, if that's the case, then I am a boy, okay? Because everything that I do is a boys thing. Like, it's stupid. I get triggered. I got triggered when somebody says, no, you didn't like it, it's a boys thing. I'm gonna like lose my mind. You wanna know all the things that are boys things that I like literally grew up with? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Triggered! Triggered alert. And if anybody defends that too, honestly, like if anybody defends that too, that's like a desperate attempt to be accepted into some kind of a group because you don't have one, so you're making one for yourself. Sorry. It's just dumb. Like in some kind of like weird exclusivity club or some like dumbness. Like, sorry, you can't participate in this because you don't have this chromosome, so. Ooh, my bad. Tomboy is so weird too. That's so weird to be just like called a tomboy. So weird. Just me. I like things, okay? Whatever. It's not a deal. Yeah, my bad. My bad. The X and the Y and the Y and the Z and the W and the A and the B and the Z, they're all kind of like mixed up right now, and maybe when I get that in order I can play video games again, right? My bad. My bad. My bad. Sorry, I won't touch the color blue either. My bad. My bad. So sorry. My bad. You can take my Alien action figures and all my Halo stuff, my Halo art book, and like, you know, all of this, like, these monster books that I got, you know, you can take the Assassin's Creed stuff, the Spawn sculpture I have, you take it all. My bad. My bad. Can't have it. My bad. Give me a knitting supply, right? A pink knitting kit. I think that's what I need. I think I'd be happier that way, right? If I knit, right? That's what I heard. There's like this like really awful podcast. Like I just clicked on it just for the sake of just like it's like some random unpopular one. I wouldn't be able to pull up the name of it or anything like that. The dude was literally like dude was literally saying, man, do girls even have any hobbies? Girls don't even have any hobbies, do they? Like, I guess knitting, right? Like, they don't really like do. That's why I was saying the knitting thing. I was like, I guess I should be knitting. My bad. I guess that's all I like. My bad. What? Also, like, if somebody does like knitting, so what? Why does it have to be a girl thing? Maybe guys like knitting. Maybe guys want to knit. Maybe guys want to knit, but they're too scared because their bros will be like, that's gay, bro. I think that's stupid. I think if somebody wants to knit, they shouldn't be called, like, anything for it. They just like knitting. There you go! There you go! You knit and crochet. You're a god. You're a god amongst men. Like, there's literally, yeah. Really like this. Whatever I have going on right here. Try and something about that. Oh, we're almost done actually for 15 more minutes. Gives you crap for sewing because you use Marvelous Design. Why does he give you crap for that? Dude, you know how do you understand how necessary knowing how to sew is? It's actually such a good skill to have. If you bust your pants in your crotch region, because it happens a lot, because, you know, we've got them thunder thighs that go whoosh, 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 you can fix it. You can literally fix it. That saves you money. If you don't like the pants that you got, they don't fit you properly, you can fix it. If you know how to sew, you can fix it. Bro. Like, I'm sorry, but is your friend jealous of you? Maybe your friend is jealous of you. That's probably it. Jealous because he can't fix his crotch holes in his pants. Sorry, I'm getting crude. Yeah, I actually, Marvelous is pretty fun to use, like in conjunction with ZBrush. So you know, if you don't want to do like all of the pattern stuff, you want to do something quick, which like you can actually create full designs in Marvelous as well. But if you want to do something quick, like let's say I wanted to give this guy a scarf really quick, I could literally just like place what kind of fabric I wanted, like a single-sided geometry that has the shape of what it is that I want to simulate, send that over from ZBrush to Marvelous and run a sim and bring it back. and it works that way. I mean, ZBrush also has simming as well if you wanted like a more simplistic sim. But there is like, you can throw them back and forth between each other, and it's very, very easy to use. IMO. Well, what am I gonna do here? Top. Okay, bye Jamal. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, see you, Mark. Have a great night. Sewing spin. You know how to spin and weave. That's cool. That's super cool. Snakehook do. Snakehook is like a move brush, but it doesn't really have the same moving limitations. Like it's not as slow. I like Snakehook just because of how fast everything gets pushed around and pulled around, and I can kind of like, I don't know, like I can just like make sure that everything. Here, I'll show you the difference instead of just blabbing. Let me just save real quick. Insert. Okay, so first insert puts it into the same subtool, right? So if I were to go, hello. Like foot. Let's put something, right? Then you can see right here, it's in the same subtool. If you were to append something, right? You append it and it creates a new subtool. That's the difference. Okay. The difference between snake hook and move is quite simply this. So, if you grab your move brush, so you can see the topology when you pull, everything is very uniform when you pull it in whatever direction, but you're limited, right? You can see how slow it moves things. Like, it's very methodical when you're moving stuff. Very clean way of moving things. However, if you want to go quickly, you want to go at Mach 10, and you don't really care about how messy your geometry gets, snake hook, and it keeps going. So it's not uniform. It's an exponential fall off from the middle point of your mouse, right? Your cursor. So it's an exponential fall off, and you end up getting an ability to just kind of pull it wherever you want. And that's the reason why I use it. It's because I can just kind of like keep it going, right? But if I were going to try to use something like that with the move brush, right? Like, it's, you know, so it's slower. Personally, with the way that I like to sketch, the artifacts are useful later in that sketching method. However, if that's not for you, if that's not the way that you want to work, or if you're doing something for a pipeline, you know, in a production, you don't want to be all disgusting and messy with what you're doing. You want to be a lot cleaner, in which case you might not even need to use something like snake hook. I just like to go faster because I don't have the patience otherwise, personally. So that's what this dude's just he's asking to read the fingers, you know. Wait, we're about to end in 5 minutes, so I'm just gonna do something. Bam, 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 bam. There. I think it's perfect now. If I studied animals anatomy, yes. Yeah, I enjoy studying animal anatomy. I don't do it to the extent that the Lion King is realistic, but I like figuring out muscle placements and things like that. It's fun. For sure. What's my favorite creature animal to base my sculpts off? My favorite? I really like bats. I really like birds. Actually, birds are a really big one. Any like avian / raptor like things, like dinosaur raptors, are really cool. Like that sort of an idea. I really, really enjoy that. The Guardian for the Big Trouble in Little China? I don't think so. I don't know if I've watched that. Here. Let's put his Slurpee back. There we go. Yum. Actually, it's better. I deleted all of it! Okay, no more Slurpee. Sorry. Deleted it. I'm dumb. That's okay. It's fine. We're about to end now anyways. How do you Quick Sketch? I don't use Quick Sketch to draw and block things out, actually. I'm not sure where you can find a workflow on that. If anything, Z Classroom might have something on it, but I don't use that personally. I apologize. Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it. It was a good time. We did, had some fun with this, whatever this is. Wait, let me like get rid of all of that so that it all kind of whoop. Oh. There we go. Alright guys, I hope you have a great evening. I'm gonna hop off now. I gotta go back to work. This was a fun little sketch break. And if you have any questions about anything, you know, the workflow that you have, you know, the work that you're doing, whatever it is, my DMs are open. You can reach me on any of my socials right here. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You know, ZBrush has a 30-day free trial. If you wanted to try it, there's a free forever version, ZBrush Core Mini. It's super stripped down. All it has is Sculptress Pro and a couple of brushes, so you don't get overwhelmed with the UI. If you've never tried 3D sculpting before, you want to try it, dip your toes in, there is a ZBrush Core Mini for you. And if you want to try the whole thing, there's a 30-day free trial with zclassroom.com, which will help guide you through UI and things of that nature. What else? I'll be live next Wednesday. That's a pretty good one to add. And don't eat any toes. Toe eaters are bad. We don't like toe eaters. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one, I guess. Thanks, AVPN. I'll see you guys. Have a great evening. Again, all my socials are here. If you have any questions, you want to reach out or see if I post anything new, it'll be here. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Good night, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.